Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the live stream, live at 5 o'clock as always. Good evening to Laura. I hope you're well on this Sunday, this very warm Sunday afternoon. And welcome to the live stream. You're certainly the first in the chat. It's probably one of those Sundays actually where I always thought, I could do with actually just putting my head down and having a bit of a sleep. But I want to get on and do this. Good evening, Amaze. Hope you are well. And here is the lineup that we've got so far anyway. We'll see if there's time for any bonus runs along the way. So we're going to start off with the Glossop Line, Hadfield and Glossop to Manchester Piccadilly in the 323. Then we've got a new sound pack. It's a freeware one on the TradeSim community website. So thought give that a try on the 465. And we're going to do Gravesend to Dartford. And then a 313 run, Brighton to Seaford on the East Coastway. And then we were talking about Bakerloo line last week, and I think Southeastern was saying that he's extremely good at managing the stops. So we'll see if he's in later, but either way, we're going to do that run. Elephant and Castle to Queen's Park. And then the idea to finish with will be a very, very late run, nighttime run, from London Euston to Wembley Intercity Depot with the Class 390. That's on the 2019 timetable. So we're going to start off then with the Glossop Line, so 2 Golf 47, and let's get things loaded up. Well, the thing is, you know me, Mace Tays, it's, you know, I did all right last week, but again, it was, you know, all the runs were extremely close, but, you know, I'll probably do something silly on one of the runs and, you know, I don't load something in and then, you know, I lose by 1,000 points on something, or, so we'll see, but, yeah, it's certainly very hot and stuffy. I'm quite fortunate this room is not majorly bad. Ah, excellent. Yeah, no, that's good. And yeah, that means you can do the yeah, the 150 working. So that'll be quite nice. I think there's a 150-153 combo, isn't there? So yeah, I think that's probably the right decision, really. I mean, I think, as I said at the time, I regretted buying the Cardiff City network on directly when it came out, and I haven't really played on it that much. Oh, right, fantastic, yeah. Ah, that's good. Yeah, there is some amazing stuff in the sale, actually. And I must admit, I mean, I'm not massively bothered about the American routes, but there's a couple of stuff with, like the, I think it's Providence to Boston with, that it's available for about $5.99. So I thought, well, at that price, it's probably worth getting. So I'll have to see. But yeah, I'm massively looking forward to Tuesday and the Manchester Airport Commuter route. As you know, we'll do a live one when that comes out Tuesday night. Hopefully, if I can get it all installed in time, I'm hoping to be on the air at 7 o'clock on Tuesday night. Yeah, I bet you've been enjoying the Frankfurt airport runs as well. I mean, I do have a slight soft spot for, kind of takes me back to Microsoft Train Simulator, when the only really modern, interesting route that you could do that felt up to date was the NEC corridor. But even then, it felt as though you were going at really slow speeds for absolute age before you pick up any speeds. Good evening, Gamer Mason HQ. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well this evening. We need some sort of program now that speeds up the download. I mean, I suppose what I could do in future weeks, actually, if I remember, is try and get the game actually going straight away, or the first run kind of going, so that we can go straight into it, because it seems like it's a 10-minute job these days just to get the game loaded up. I mean, once it's up, it's okay, but I kind of still feel as though I have to close the game down every time we do a run, because otherwise you're running the risk of it just dumping all the time. All right, evening, Mason. Yeah, hope you were well. So let's get into the Northern 323. So I've tried just putting the head codes on, because I'm kind of find with all the listings, with putting the class in, the train, the times and everything, I always end up putting some mistake in the listing. So and I've made sure that there aren't any duplicate ones. I mean, in this case there's a part 1 and a part 2, but we're going to do part 1 and part 2. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But the trouble is, the way I do it, I mean, what time is it now already? It's basically 10 past, isn't it? So excellent, Scooby. So have you been on the game, or in real life? Good evening, Scooby, by the way. Let's get the 323 set up. Master key on. Put that into forward. I still think this is a beauty of a route, really. And again, it'd massively be enhanced with the timetable being brought up to the right standard at Piccadilly. Excellent, Scooby, yeah. So when are we due off? 09:14. So it's only a short few minutes, and then we'll kind of load them up separately, just so as we've got the proper scores for each run. You see the weird and wonderful movement of Train Sim World passengers. I mean, the thing is, if they're at Glossop, they can't be waiting for another train. This is the only train in town. I support Stoke City, Mason, for my sins. Once in the Premier League, but a few years ago now, and probably not likely to be in the Premier League for some time to come. What team do you follow, Mason? Maybe these passengers have seen me driving before. They think, we'll wait for the next one. We'd prefer not to take the risk. Alright, let's try and start off in a reasonable shape anyway, and not go off speeding. West Ham, wow. Yeah, I bet you were delighted a couple of years ago when you won that European Conference League thing. But yeah, I've watched some good West Ham teams and West Ham matches over the years on the telly anyway. Never went to Upton Park. I've been to the London Stadium, but that was to watch Athletics a couple of years back when they hosted the World Athletics Championship. Good evening, Southwestern. I'm fine, thanks, and you? Hope you are well. Yeah, I kind of lined up the Bakerloo line run with you in mind. Well, hopefully, if you happen to be able to do it a bit later on. Well, I would take it, to be honest. It's still a what do they call it? A UEFA European trophy. Good evening, Jessica. Hope you are well. I'm well. I was saying I support Stoke City. Well, that's kind of the area I'm in. I'm in North Staffordshire, so it's kind of somewhere between Stoke and Shrewsbury, really. I'm kind of equidistant each way. But as Christopher would say, I do have the a recognition of being a Stoke accent at times. Now, let's just try and get this down to 10 mile an hour in time. I don't think so, Mason. Yeah, excellent, Southeastern, by the way. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, it'll be interesting, and you can perhaps give me some tips as we're going along, because I can never get it quite right. I mean, the trouble is, if I over try, I know I'm going to end up flying through the stations or something, but we'll see. Yeah, we're in a Northern Rail 323, Jessica. Ah, excellent, Mason, yeah. Long time since, I mean, I go back to football manager games back in the days of big Commodore 64 years ago. But yeah, what a few competitions then. I was First Division champions, or Premier League as you call it now, and I was European Cup winners. I won the FA Cup, won the lot. I was the greatest manager ever. Yeah, it's a good tip actually, Southwestern, to be honest. I'd love to hear sort of a proper look through on some of these rides where you kind of get the driver, or you know, somebody sitting in with him, just explaining, right, this is the breaking point, look out for, you see this church here or this building here, and this is where you start braking. I mean, we've got a bit of that with some of Dad Rail's videos occasionally, but it's slightly ad hoc. Yeah, Chelsea won just about everything, haven't they, in recent years? I've not been properly following it, but I take it you're still in that FIFA Club World Cup thing, are you? Speaking of football, by the way, absolutely delighted that England, the under-21 team, won the Euros again last night. That was a brilliant match. I really enjoyed that, actually, through into extra time and penalties. But it was such a great contest, and it was end-to-end excitement from start to finish. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes you just have to get the hang of these things, Southwestern. Oh, that sounds like a good idea for tea. Good evening, Dovile. Well, I'm not going to try and pronounce it, but yeah, welcome to the stream. Hello, and thank you very much for tuning in. Just a quick shout out and say thank you to everybody that has subscribed to the channel in the last week, and the new subscribers, really appreciated. And if you're new and you would like to like and subscribe, then I'd be tremendously appreciated. So here we are at Glossop. Of course, we've got this funny little situation where basically we come into Glossop and then go back out the same way. So that's a quick score on that one. But that's only part one, remember. So we will be carrying on to Manchester Piccadilly. Right. Oh, yeah, an early lead. But my goodness me, again, Mace, that's really close. And we are getting some excellent contests, aren't we, the last few weeks? So, yeah, again, just won by 15 points. Yeah, thank you very much, Gamer. That's really appreciated. Now, I'm not going to bother loading up the game again for part two, because I think we should be able to manage. But so let's go back to the timetable. I know that was really close, but I was really concentrating hard then on. I thought, wait, such a short run. Let's just make sure I don't speed once over that section, and those 10-mile-an-hour things are a nuisance and could still catch me out on the next part. Yeah, thank you very much. My problem is actually concentrating continuously, and I'm trying to learn the art of reading the chat and keeping going with the driving and looking at the right points. And you know, okay, I've been doing this for quite a while now, but getting there slowly, as it were. It was actually, it was an extraordinary game actually, because, oh, wait a minute, didn't mean to lock the doors there. It was actually, we scored early on, so we led 1-0 after 5 minutes, then we went 2-0 up, and then Germany pulled a goal back just before half time, so that set things up to be really interesting. And then they equalised quite deservedly in the second half. At the end of normal time, they hit the crossbar. We then scored quite early going into extra time, very early on. And then they hit the crossbar again right at the end. So we won 3-2. But yeah, it was a fabulous match. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And England the champions again for the 4th time. The only thing I couldn't quite get my head around is quite a few times it was said, can England make history tonight? Well, we've won back-to-back under €21 before in 82 and 84 under Dave Sexton, which they did mention a time or two, but it was kind of like, well, I suppose they might be the first team perhaps that's won it back to back twice. Yeah, no, that's fine, Southwestern. Yeah, no, that's great. Good evening, Concord. So we are going uphill, so it's slightly easier in this respect. It's slowly ambling out, and then we will get a bit more speed up in a second, and we'll stop at Dinting. It's a curious little arrangement. It's like a triangle, so the through line goes from Hadfield to Manchester Piccadilly, but all the services essentially stop at Glossop, so it's kind of strange how they continue with this, but I think there's plenty of demand for trains at Hadfield, and there's plenty of demand for trains at Glossop, so they kind of have got to do this strange little run, but it's quite nice to do. Certainly have Southwestern, yeah. I haven't bothered with it for many years. I mean, for one thing, it's dead expensive, and secondly, the slightest little thing, you get a hair in the motor, and they're breaking down, and you've constantly got to clean the track, and it's I just don't have the time for it, really. But yeah, I used to have a 00 gauge model railway, which my mum built for me for Christmas when I was about 10, I guess it was. But that was superb. We had a double track going round. We had a siding. We had a proper tunnel with like chicken wire and everything. It wasn't just like a randomly placed tunnel. And we had things like stone walling built. We had a pub. We had a petrol station, little village, a level crossing. It was brilliant. Yeah, I would say so. I think it's one of those situations where I think you used to have peak time trains that run from Manchester Piccadilly, from Hadfield to Manchester Piccadilly, using that direct, but didn't stop at Glossop. But I don't think there's any such services. Well, there wasn't the last time I used, and also that Ardwick station as well, just before you get into Piccadilly. Are there any trains that actually stop there now? There used to be perhaps one a day, but it's a lovely little station. Yeah, I also used to my brother, actually, when he was little, my mum did the same thing again and built him an N-gauge model railway layout, and again the same attention to detail. That was really good. So we had all loads of Graham Farish stuff for it. Yeah, I've got a feeling that there might be a stop that does stop at Ardwick. I'm sure there is, but I don't know whether in real life whether there is now. I mean, I know you get this parliamentary train service type of situation where, and I think that's, oh look, there's a bit of a fight going on there. They can't get out of the station, those passengers. Yeah, I think there's the line between Stockport and Staley Bridge. I was looking at this yesterday. I thought I must go in this in real life at some point, but I think there's one service a week which operates on a Saturday, and they call it this parliamentary service. Ah, excellent, Concord, yeah. And any idea about the real timetable? Is that currently in use? Because it's like, is it one of those situations where, for the station to remain open at all, have they got to keep it going with at least one service, even if it's only one a day or one a week or something? That train is waiting for us. That's been waiting for us to gain access to the platforms. So we've seen quite a lot more of the Northern Rail 323 over the coming days with this Manchester Airport Commuter route. Still quite a good fun unit to drive. Ah, right, okay, that's how they do it, is it? That's perhaps one that deviates away. Because again, I mean, I could be wrong, but I've got this thing thinking in the back of my mind that if there were literally no trains stopping there at all during the week, then it would kind of have to be an automatic closure, wouldn't it? And again, it'd be quite good to just, I mean, it's the sort of thing that Jeff Marshall kind of specialises in on his videos, but it's like doing these services that are just very, very unusual. Right, fair enough, yeah, which of course is on the Hope Valley line on Train Sim Classic. Coming into Broad Bottom. See, I'm already a minute behind schedule. And I think where it's quite difficult is those 10-mile-an-hour things. Again, if you've got absolute route knowledge, you would know the precise point to put the brakes on, but because I'm kind of not that knowledgeable, you're kind of putting the brakes on too early to avoid getting penalty points, but then you end up being late. I didn't, Southeastern. I knew it was on. I did kind of have a check on the timings more than anything, because I was thinking a couple of weeks ago when the Grand Prix was on during the stream, it seemed to affect the viewing figures a little bit. I think there's a bit of a crossover between cars and trains, so I think it might have made a difference to the viewing figures. Who won the Austrian Grand Prix then, Southwestern? I mean, once you've got your head around this route, this should be a fairly easy one to drive it hoodless without the thing at the top in a way, because you've got a good view of the speedometer. Yeah, but me too, Deauville, and apologies if I'm pronouncing it wrong. But it's something I dreamed about for years, because, you know, sort of back in the day, there was no train simulator at all. And the first real breakthrough was Microsoft Train Simulator around about the year 2000, that was when that came out. And suddenly we had something that was a bit more realistic. Then we got Train Sim Classic as we know it now. And now we've got Train Sim World, which brings a whole new level of realism. Oh, crikey! Well, sounds like it was eventful. I mean, one of the reasons why I kind of stopped watching Formula One was it always used to be the case. Well, not massive amount happened because it seemed as though the only time you ever got overtaken was when they were in the pit lanes, but I'm sure all that's changed because you know, I stopped watching it the Nigel Mansell era. I watched a bit of Damon Hill and stuff in the 90s, but not really watched it much since. Godley is next. Yeah, and imagine you're well into your Formula One, Scooby. I presume. Oh, wait a minute. This isn't a station, is it? This is a closed down one. I take it you are you're racing on Gran Turismo, are you, later? It is so hot today, I have to say. It's just one of those airless days, isn't it? I don't know about whereabouts in the world and you all are, but oh, the old collision thing. Oh, no, it's not like in there, is it? Well, we can see it all there anyway. All right, good luck, Scooby. Well, that's the thing. It's I can remember my work experience. It doesn't feel, well, I'm saying it doesn't feel a long time ago. I mean, it was when would it have been? 1987, I think. And I was nervous. I was kind of nervous and excited. I kind of felt like the first time of being an adult for 2 weeks going off to work. Novelty soon wore off though when I did it for proper. Ah, right, fantastic. Now I know I've asked you before, but I mean, I think you've pointed me in the direction of some streams generally of the game and stuff, but the actual run that you were in, is that available to watch back anywhere? I'd love to see that, I must admit. I think I've benefited today so far anyway with a bit of a sleep this afternoon, which kind of helps massively. So I'm sort of feeling quite refreshed. See all these old sheds and stuff. Ah, right, marvellous. Oh, I bet that was interesting in Brazil. Yeah, I mean it's funny with work experience, but you know you're slightly going into the unknown because you don't know what the people will be like. But there's no great expectation, you know, that they don't think you're going to be a world beater over the course of the time that you're doing it. So yeah, just enjoy it. The lovely name Flowery Fields next. Yeah, there's kind of like pressure on the whole thing. I think it's literally the first day. By the time you get through halfway through the week, you'll feel as though you've been making the journey, and you've almost been there all your life. This is a relatively new station. I think when we had the Woodhead in the 50s route for Train Sim Classic, there was no Flowery Fields then. Where are the Flowery Fields, I ask? I like that. We've got like a football pitch which looks as though the area's seen better days. Ah, right. Oh, that's frustrating, Scooby. Yeah, to be in the lead for so long. That is the one thing I do remember with the old Formula One, that the strategies with the pit stops are so difficult to get right. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll give it a go on Tuesday. I mean, I'll buy it obviously the second it comes out, and then hopefully be live Tuesday night at 7. I presume there'll be a load of ambassador streams. Whether that's before the Dovetail Games preview, I don't know. I mean, from my point of view, I'm kind of hoping that if they delay allowing the ambassadors to do their videos until after the live stream, then it might look a bit fresher on Tuesday night. No, I didn't, Scooby, actually. Hello again, Mason. Yeah, there's loads of old. I mean, I kind of the soft spot for the 323, you know, in the sort of the old West Midlands Centro livery, and kind of as they were when they first. And the same with in the Manchester area, they had regional railways. It was kind of like a red stripe and a grey colour. Yeah, it seems as though, I don't know whether it's just some sort of timing thing between Alan Thompson and his team, but Ah, excellent game. Oh yes, I forgot to say, it sounds like a nice, I think it was you that said about your dinner, wasn't it? It sounds like a nice, perfect salady type thing to have for this hot evening. I mean, I've just had the usual Sunday roast really, but yeah, I think I did notice something, Scooby, about something to do with. I think there's some options, isn't there? Which hopefully some of it might be good if you can get your head around it. Has anybody noticed the game running better since the update? I think there's got to be a TSW5. I'm sure there will be. And I think pretty much, I mean, going by the previous years, it's basically the announcement in August. They'll have this Dovetail Direct thing, and then they'll make a big plush special introduction to what's available. Then they'll do a roadmap stream to go over it in a bit more detail, and then it'll out in September. Ah, okay, yeah. I mean, I haven't really had a chance to try it massively. I was going to... I did have a quick go at Euston, and it just seemed slightly better, but it was just a random one-off try. Yeah, you're probably right, Southeastern, actually. That's usually what happens with Dovetail games. Yeah, I mean, I'll stress, Lara, that, you know, I've got no, of course, no official insider information. It's just based on the previous years, but it's virtually taken as read, I think. Yeah, I mean, you kind of wonder whether they're going to try and link in the Railway 200 thing as part of the TSW5. It would be, it would make an absolute lot of sense. Yeah, there's these stations around about here, where between Guybridge and Manchester, that apart from Ashbury's, we don't stop at. Ah, right. I see that. That's what you're thinking, Scooby. I mean, I presume. I mean, again, I know absolutely nothing about the sales side of things, but I'm guessing it's still pretty well rated, isn't it? I think Trains and World. I think I'd be worried if the popularity of the game popped off anyway, because that would limit the interest in the stream. This, of course, used to be part of the old Woodhead line, so this was a 4-track main line game between Manchester, Piccadilly and Sheffield Victoria, but beyond Hadfield and Glossop, of course, long since closed off. I mean, I probably won't do it on Tuesday's stream, but I think it'll be fairly soon. I'll have to do a free roam with a Transpennine 802 and a cross-country a cross-country HST as well from Piccadilly. We can do a kind of a cross-country as a kind of a diverted one to Wilmslow. The occasional, you get the occasional cross-country ones that divert and go to Stoke via Crewe and via Alsager Kidsgrove that way. Yeah, and imagine Scooby. I mean, I'm sort of, my knowledge on gaming is, as I said before, it doesn't really exist, but you know, even I've heard of such things. Oh, we're actually on time now. I love how the detail's a bit ropey as far as the road infrastructure is, but I think it's nice the fact that you've got houses and bits and bobs going back for miles. It looks quite immersive. Right, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I suppose, I mean, I'm thinking in my mind, well, you know, sort of train sim is still a little bit niche, I guess. So, but we'll see anyway, won't we? But I certainly hope it does, because it's something I've been looking forward to. Ah, right. Well, there you go then, Concord. Yeah, so we could do that one. That would be kind of more appropriate, because if we could do a genuine sort of time-wise one that runs from Piccadilly. Okay, there's obviously no Voyager in the game, so it would be a HST, but it'd be quite nice to do that. And eventually as well, I'm kind of planning on finishing off the Friday Charter as well, that 87 run we've got from Euston. We've got as far as Birmingham New Street, but I haven't done the Train Sim Classic bit to Crewe. And okay, we're going to be missing slightly the bit between Crewe and Wilmslow, but apart from that, the full run. Yeah, that's TSW, is it? Yeah. Oh, that's great. And it's kind of really is exactly why they will carry on trying to make sure it works for consoles as much as they possibly can, because if they made the game PC only, it would probably be better for PC users, but they'd be missing out on an absolute huge market. This is the curious little Ardwick station. Now we've got the main line coming in, so from Tuesday we'll be going down that main line and going towards Stockport, or if we're doing a Manchester Airport run, we'll be taking Slade Lane Junction and missing out on Stockport. But it's going to be good to be able to see Pendolinos at least on this section, and it's going to feel a lot more realistic and busy. Tremendously looking forward to that. I mean, the one thing we're all going to say about Manchester Airport Commuter is all the runs are pretty short, but I don't know, swings and roundabouts on that. I mean, it would have been lovely to have got Crewe in, but the fact is we haven't, and you know, we can live with it for now, I'm sure. So here's the 25, we're going over the points. I missed me 15. That's the first time I've done that. That might cost me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 350s. And again, it won't take somebody long to put in a mod, perhaps, to make them into, because the 350s were part of Transpennine Express for a while, so I think they ran Manchester Airport to Glasgow Central services. So the 350 would be, and okay, I think it's in LNWR for now, but I'm sure there'll be a bit of gibbery pokery on Train Sim community website. Can't remember if there's any ramps on this station. Don't try speeding up. Right, excellent, Amaze says. Well, you were there quicker than me. We're going to amble up to the... I mean, in a way, it's 9:55 the arrival time, so it kind of doesn't matter the fact that we're going at this very, very slow speed. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, Scooby. I think it deserves it massively, and you know, it's a good little route, really. And you know, you look at that there, and again, it just looks absolutely gorgeous. I mean, at the moment, it's just this. Oh, crikey! Wow! 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 I'm on fire, Amaze Taze. I can't believe it. But yeah, well played. So slightly more distance this time, but you know, you've had many a time when you've beat me by some absolutely humongous score. I know, can't believe it. And I was worried when I got a very brief speed check coming into Piccadilly with the 15 mile an hour, but I needn't to worried. Yeah, well played, and thanks. Yeah, I mean, Rivet games are, without any shadow of doubt, are busy. I'm quite sure about that. They'll be working hard, producing routes. It's just that they've decided, with the general run of things and with all the comments and bits and pieces on the forums, then they're kind of saying, let's keep it quiet. Let's not say this is a Rivet Games route. I mean, the Cardiff City network was surely created by Rivet Games, but they were never going to admit it. Yeah, cheers, Amaze Taze. Yeah, I think, again, Cross City Line would benefit from the... I mean, luckily for PC users, we've got that lovely mod now, so it kind of makes it great. But it'd be lovely if we could get... if they could ever sort out that LNWR licence and West Midlands Railway and get it sorted properly, then who knows, we might get a 730, and then that's going to be the thing then, that they would upgrade the game, I think, then. All right, yeah, that's interesting. Southwestern. I mean, I think there was a big debate for ages about whether Train Sim World would get UE5, but I think it's kind of, they could do it, but it would break the game. So unless they found some way of actually doing it, because I think, you know, if they kind of said, right, the next version of Train Sim World, we're starting from scratch again, and you've got to, from day one, you've got to build and buy all your content, I think there would be a absolute massive uproar. Yeah, I mean, it's got its good points, Concord, Cardiff City. The thing that annoys me the most is the fact that it feels like nowhere to nowhere, and I quite like to do a run like we did there with at Hadfield Glossop, we could do a complete full run as per the timetable from Hadfield to Manchester Piccadilly. And even with this Manchester Airport thing, we can do a timetabled run from Manchester Piccadilly to Alderley Edge. But with the Cardiff City network, you feel as though, well, you can do a bit of that one, you can do a bit of this route, you can do a bit of that. And it's like, just finish some of it off, for goodness sake. Yeah, I thought that was the case, Southwest. I do remember that. And, you know, these things don't always stick in my memory, but that's the problem. Yes, indeed. Right, so what's next? I've forgotten. So this is the 465. So this is of the Southeastern, and it's 1 Echo 93. So we've got some new sounds for this. There's a new mod. So this is on the full timetable. So the 4659. So it says London Bridge to Ramsgate. Be good if we had, but this is Gravesend to Dartford apparently. Yeah, I mean, you've got some at Cardiff Central, and it's nice to see the castle sets for the Great Western Railway, but it would have been nice if they could have gone the whole hog and, you know, you've got IETs for the electrified services. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, if you get the 319, you should be able to fairly easily do the 769, I would have thought. Although I've got bad memories of the things because the one I was on broke down on me in real life. I think this has been done by Itcher. I think the actual... I was thinking with the length of the scenario. I mean, it said it was Gravesend. I think they got it wrong, haven't they, with the listing? This is definitely Dartford. Is that what we said? Is that what I wrote down? Yeah, apparently it's Gravesend to Dartford, but it clearly isn't because this is Dartford. Yeah, it'd be lovely. I mean, it's great that we can get mods. Oh my goodness. Well, if you're watching with a headset on, then I apologise, but that was a fair old crash. Well, I've yet to try out this new sound mod, but yeah, it sounds wonderful. I've got a suspicion, Southwestern, that I might have it downloaded somewhere. I think I've used it in an AI scenario somewhere, the 769. But I don't know what scenarios are out there being used. I mean, the run that I went on one in real life was from Wigan Wallgate into Manchester. It should have been. It broke down about in the Bolton area, but that route is available. But on that one of the backdated train sim websites, I think. But again, it could be done for in a modern setting, I guess. Long old train, isn't it? I mean, I agree with you, Southwest. It'd be great if, you know, some of there's plenty of imperfections. There's stuff that isn't perfect, but I think overall it looks lovely. But it's great that, okay, I know it's no consolation for the console users, but it's great that there's a really thriving community available for PC mods that do a brilliant job. Yeah, I've kind of had a go at upgrading scenery on Train Sim Classic. The whole idea of... I could contend with the idea of putting track sim, but it's the gradients that would absolutely fool me. But I've tended to go a little bit OCD sometimes with... with the scenery, because I've been kind of... trying to find buildings, and I can kind of remember to a certain extent certain buildings where to look for them, but then I suddenly think in my mind there's a particular station, a particular building or asset that I know exists in the game, and you know, spend half an hour trying to find it. So it's a slow old process. I think if you never tried route building, I think the best thing to do is, to begin with, don't worry about building something that's real, or, you know, just kind of concentrate on doing something that's really, really small, just to get your head around the logistics, then learn the mistakes. I think that's the best way of going about it. I mean, I found a route that was already got track laid, but it's a huge network actually, called the North Midlands route from Manchester Piccadilly to Stafford. Is the bit I was concentrating on putting scenery in, and I've kind of done it, but I learned so many issues along the way, and there's like, it's nowhere near, and I started doing that about nearly 10 years ago. It's nowhere near up to the standard of being show-offable, as it were. Yeah, well, you kind of assume this, don't you, Scooby? And again, you know, maybe we are going to get. Oh, actually, it's up there, isn't it? Bit slow here coming into the platforms, and I should really have thought about this. It's right at the end of the platform. But yeah, I mean, if they are doing East Coast Main Line South, then you kind of think they could start with this sort of model, and that would be a big help, I would have thought. I love that sound. Where are we going to? Because it did say on the blurb that we were going from Gravesend to Dartford, but we're actually going from Dartford to Faversham, aren't we? Are they really? Okay, right. Yeah, I might have forgotten to set the headlights at the start. Still looks as though they might be on. We'll have a look at the station anyway. I'm going to... Mind you, we've got 3.4 miles, and so hang on. Where are they? Are they up here somewhere, aren't they? That'll teach me for not doing it kind of like properly. Well, this is it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we have got the West Coastway, haven't we? But not on Train World yet. I've got to fly. I'm sure the flies. Oh, there's the going over the HS1 line. I'm sure the flies just seem to absolutely love me for some reason. But, and they love this bedroom. So when I'm not YouTubing, I swear at them all the time. Not that they seem to listen, but I better not do that on YouTube. Funny enough, Southwestern, when I did the thumbnail, I very nearly put West Coastway. Actually, I had to get my brother to redo it because I said to him, you know, Dan, sorry, I've asked you to put West Coastway, not East Coastway. So Gravesend is next. And then we've got the 30 just before the station, but hang on a minute, wait till we've got through this signal. This is a part of the line that I very, very rarely drive, actually. I think it's one of the issues about living in the country as well, and there is directly behind the window, or I've got the window in front of me, and behind the window you have there's like a hedge, so if I open the window they'll come flying in. I'd love this route to be extended into Charing Cross and Cannon Street, because I love it on Train Sim Classic. Now here's a Thameslink 700. Got quite a nice reaction to the busy barking video, which I enjoyed doing. Spiky York says there was a couple of trains missing. I guess there would be, because it was quite a complicated set of stuff to install, although everything was in. I think there should have been another freight service coming through in the introduction, and I think we should have seen a 315 at South Tottenham, but I'll have to have another look at it at some point. Yeah, do you mean the 465 or the 375? I presume you mean the 465, but yeah, I love the 465. Good evening, Sam's Autistic Travel Adventures. Hello to you. Hope you're well, and thank you very much for joining the stream. Much appreciated. I just love these, you know, slightly older EMUs. I mean, I remember them being brand new, but I love these older EMUs that were built by Brel. And, you know, just the sights, the sounds, the extra clunkiness that you get going over the points for the track joint sounds. Yeah, I guess that's what you meant. I thought you didn't mean the 375, although, you know, quite enjoying the 375, but you get a brilliant cab view as well. And I know, I mean, Christopher's not joining us at the moment, but I know that he particularly likes trains where you get a really good view of the line ahead rather than the sort of the narrow view that you get on some trains. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. And again, they feel like, to me, they feel like new trains, the 365s. I mean, I do quite like the 700s and all the variations, but yeah, I'm sure you missed it. I mean, that's the great thing about Train Simulator, really, the fact that we can still drive trains that don't exist anymore. I mean, they did cart them off to Scotland, didn't they, for a while, and as far as I know, there aren't any running left now, are there? Complete with some of them with smiley face as well, which is always great. So if you're playing on PC, I'd encourage you to download this sound mod from Itcher on Train Sim Community websites. I think it sounds pretty good. Do you think it sounds good and realistic? This is a chance to stretch its legs, isn't it? This run to Stroud now. So I might get some points knocked off for not setting the headlights up and switching the tail lights off correctly, I would have thought. Yeah, it's a great shame. I mean, what's happened to them? They've not been scrapped, have they? That would seem to be nonsense for train as modern as this, or are they all in store somewhere waiting for somebody to bring them back to life again? Now we're on absolutely level ground. Never remember the name of this yard. Always busy. Oh, that's terrible, isn't it, really, for a train as new as this. As new as the 365. Good evening, Seb Welch. Yeah, you like trains. I certainly like trains as well. Yeah, thanks for watching. Much appreciated you tuning in. Hope you're well. Yeah, that's terrible, really. I mean, I was really glad that the the Merseyrail trains, at least one of them's been preserved. Oh yes, please. Yeah, I would be very grateful. All subscriptions massively appreciated. Thank you very much for everybody that has and carries on supporting. That's really great, and that's very kind of you if you do subscribe. How's everybody coping with the heat today? And what about overnight? Has it been okay for you? Have you been able to get to sleep and all the rest of it, or has it been a big problem? Well, I played the game, Seb, on. Oh, thank you, Sam. That's massively appreciated as well. I played the game on PC, so I try and I regularly have a look on Train Sim Community website, because there are a lot of PC only mods available, and they just massively improve the performance. Well, not the performance, but the look of the game and the feel of the game, the sounds and everything. I haven't, Seb, actually. I've considered buying it, but it's one of those things that's fairly low down on the shopping list at the moment. I love the fact that if you go on to there's a rail announcements website, and you don't get Am Jeremy's voice on it, but you do get what's his name, Phil. I've forgotten his name. Is he Drummond? And Celia. There's a couple of the old school announcements, and you get the actual real train announcements for any station at any time. Wow, I never make that 15 usually, so that's... Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the trouble. It's difficult this time of the year when it gets hot overnight. I mean, luckily I live in a bungalow, so doesn't get overly hot. But I've lived in houses over the years where it's been horrible, and the problem is you put the fan on, but you've got the noise of the fan, and that stops you from going to sleep, and it can get uncomfortable. Ah, right, okay, yeah. So you mean it was a mod, Southwestern, that somebody's done for, yeah, in conjunction with... You mean rather than Dovetail Games doing the announcements, I presume? I'd love to see some proper in-game announcements done officially, and at stations as well, because if we could hear... and Jeremy's voice on the platform, and you could hear the proper announcements, it would make it so much more realistic. Where's the train? All right, yeah, a couple of the other names, yeah. They have such distinctive voices, don't they? These people, these voiceover artists, and I remember the Phil. I mean, he's passed away now, but he did the original Birmingham New Street announcements, and he was quite a celebrity because he used to be kind of BBC journalist at one point, and He did quite a few videos about it, but it was kind of like overemphasizing some of the announcements, but you know, quite an art form, really. I certainly can, Seb. Yeah, so 465930, and then at the back we have 919. Yeah, absolutely, Southwestern. And yes, yeah, Birmingham New Street. Well, that's the station where you're always going to get loads of announcements, aren't you? It's one of the most busiest stations. I think it's the busiest station in the country, apart from in London. I like both. I mean, I think driving freight trains is a bit of an acquired taste. And I never really used to like them because it was, you know, I like kind of starting off at big stations and you know, that feeling. I'd like some more of the freight depots to be represented, actually, because you get these weird, wonderful places, don't you? Like, you know, Dollans Moor and that one near Liverpool, whatever it's called. There's some very distinctive freight names, but you know, thankfully we've got some of those in the game. But I have to say, since TSW5 has come out, Amaze Taze has kind of taught me the art of the fact that driving freight is lovely. So I still prefer passenger in the main, but I do love doing a freight run as well. It'd be nice to get some more freight locos for TSW as well. It's been explained to me before, Seb. I mean, I can't tell you technically why you can't, but I understand that technically it's just not possible, unfortunately. And it's a shame, really, because the work that people have put in for the mods on TSW is absolutely immense. I mean, you drive one of the modded timetables for West Coast Mainline South, compare it with the original, and it's chalk and cheese. And the cross-city line, and okay, we're not doing that tonight, but the fact that we've now got a proper timetable in there with Pendolinos and cross-country trains coming through, again, it's just brought it to life. I'm just hoping, I mean, when I did that busy Birmingham scenario a few weeks back in the video, we within a couple of weeks up popped a modded timetable for Cross City, and I'm sure it was just complete coincidence, but maybe somebody, perhaps the creators, it was nearly finished, not quite, and maybe that prompted them into releasing it. I don't know. More likely it's probably just complete coincidence. But it'd be good if the same thing could happen with the Barking route, with the Goblin line. But again, I mean, the sounds that existed originally for this route were pretty good, but this makes them immense. And Itcher's one of the masters. Yeah, there was somebody did a YouTube video where I think they spent the day. Oh, that was a rail tour thing in there, like that. Somebody I think spent the day kind of chasing the, trying to chase the NSE liveried 465, but that was a fabulous touch though. I mean, actually we've got a nice mod available which puts the actually that's available for anybody on Creators Club, but there's a nice mod that brings in the Network Southeast livery on this 465. Tonight so far we've just done the Glossop Hadfield, the Glossop Line route to Manchester Piccadilly, and now we're on Southeastern, and we've got a West Coastway run from Brighton to Seaford in the 313 coming up, a Bakerloo Elephant and Castle route to Queen's Park, and then we've got a Pendolino run in from the depot last thing. Well, the sky's your limit with train sim Southwestern, but the trouble is, whatever you start, you might still be trying to finish it off in 10 years' time. It's kind of one of those things. If you can find things that you know you could maybe do over the 6 weeks, or tell you what, I used to love having the summer holidays at school. Those were the days. Missed that hugely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the idea is Christopher was saying last week in the stream that it's quite nice to see those runs on the West Coast Main Line and to see London at night. So we've kind of got a service that's something like 1 o'clock in the morning, but it feels like it's putting the Pendolino to bed. There's a possibility as well, Scooby. We'll see how time goes on. But what time is your race, by the way, tonight? Oh, you're leaving us, Seb. Why is Richie Rails better than mine? I mean, I don't mind, obviously. Variety's the great thing, isn't it? Obviously, it's great that there's so many of these train sim streams. Ah, good evening, Mr. Crossfield. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. Yes, indeed. That's what it used to be like for us too, didn't it? On in North Staffordshire, watching on Wedgwood Station, which of course you can't actually stand on these days because it's all gated off. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love scenarios with the announcements because it makes them interesting. Right, okay, right. So, how are we doing for time, by the way? 18:32. So I'll have to keep an eye out for the... That was a single yellow, wasn't it? So that... We're not going to speed up to the 50 because the red is going to catch us before the station at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, cheers, Lee. I like your the thumbnail. All right, cheers, Southwestern. That's That's much appreciated. Yeah, so I'll just keep an eye out for this signal, because it's an absolute nuisance of a signal, because it's literally just beyond this tunnel, and you don't catch sight of it. That I do remember. The chances are it's probably changed from being red. I think it might even be a yellow, is it? Can we see properly? Can't really see, can we, till we're through the tunnel as we come into Gillingham. No, we're on green. We're all right. We're okay. All right, Seb. Well, yeah, I'll look you up, and I'll definitely subscribe to you. Have you got a few videos up there? I mean, it's a long old haul at the start, and you know, I mean, I'm still building, but you will definitely get subscribers. Oh, I think I've got one of these weird mods installed here. Well, I'll say weird mods. Actually, it's not inappropriate, really, is it? It's a Eurostar liveried 395, so it's in a bit of an odd place perhaps to be here, actually on a stopping service anyway, but we'll forgive that. Still looks pretty decent. Right, so I'll write that down. So Seb Welch likes trains, and I'll look that up a bit later on and subscribe. And I take it that is YouTube, isn't it, Seb? Again, I think it's just good that there's a bit of distant scenery going on. I mean, you've got a big, like, warehousey shed type thing over there, and it's kind of a little bit distant from the railway line, but good evening, Max. Good evening to Christopher. Yeah, hope you are well. Excellent, Seb. Yeah, hope you enjoy this hot day. Right, excellent, Seb. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't done it for a very, very long time, but we used to do that, my father and me mate, many, many years ago. Yeah, we used to spend many an hour train spotting, and we used to stand. I mean, funnily enough, my friend there was talking about Wedgwood Station, and we used to have the art form of it was, if it was on the near side platform, you had to kind of swing your head round as the train went through to catch the number, but you kind of got used to doing it. Yeah, it is boiling. It's very hot and sweltering. I've kind of got my windows shut as well, because I'm trying to think, well, don't want to give the neighbours a running commentary on trains for the night. It's funny you should say that, Max. We are doing a Southern 313 shortly. We got a run from Brighton to Seaford on the East Coastway. He should be, Christopher. Yeah, well, it's a kind of, this is a train built in the 80s, Lee, so this is kind of a little bit more old school. As you can see, you've got the old windows that open. I certainly can't feel the aircon anyway, let's put it that way. I like that, train band pots, that's brilliant. That sounds about right. Yeah. So we've got a bit of a fast run now to Faversham. We've got about 14 miles to go. I mean, if you're getting really hot, of course you can open the window. But then it gets a bit noisy, that's the problem. Oh, or you could open the door, which I didn't need to do. Probably breaking all the rules of the book there, I would imagine. We are indeed, yeah, it's fast to Faversham. This is on a Ramsgate service, so on Trainsim Classic, of course, you can continue the run to Ramsgate. Yeah, I would like to do another run with the 700 with a Thameslink Max at some point, but that's not on the cards tonight. Yeah, you're right, Lee. Yeah, it's. I think in theory you probably could. You could actually walk out of the cab and leave the train behind. Bit like a Frank Spencer moment where you broke your legs on the way out. Yeah, it's been very hot, hasn't it, Christopher? It's. I've said I'm a bit lucky being in the bungalow that we don't get it hot, but I've spent years of living in houses where it's been incredibly hot. It's particularly worse if you've got the sun kind of streaming through in the evening, and then you just never ever get it cool. Yeah, it's a good point actually. Yeah, it's worth doing that at some point, definitely. To answer your question, Seb, I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I am on Tuesday, of course, with the highly anticipated release of the Manchester Airport Commuter route. We'll get down for the 70. Yeah, I can imagine actually. I don't know whether Dale Charman ever talked about whether they drove with the doors open sometimes. Ah, excellent. The plan will be, Seb, 7 o'clock on Tuesday night, so it's all kind of down to how long it takes to install the route. So I think the way Steam works, it'll probably be online and available to purchase at 6 o'clock, I think. So hopefully that'll be enough time to get it installed and downloaded in time for going live at 7. Right, let's just keep an eye on these signals. We've got a double yellow there. Yes, indeed, Christopher, yeah. Well, actually, when I do the Bakerloo line run, I generally do drive it with the window open. Of course, you have to do that cutout switch thing, otherwise it won't move. I got a bit worried then. I was thinking that was sometimes with reading the chat, it was like I've not forgotten, you know, sort of double yellow. I hadn't flown through the single yellow and not thought about it. So I don't know whether that red signal will probably be an approach control, won't it, into the platforms? Yeah, absolutely. I've been on the tube a hot summer's night. Funnily enough, I mean, I've got a friend on here that I've known for a very long time, chatting tonight, and we once went on the tube from Northolt. I seem to remember buying some chips on the way down to the train, and yeah, it was one of those really, really hot summer's nights. Oh well, Christopher. Yeah, that's no good. Well, we'll be sorry to see you go, Seb. So what have we got? Let's have a look at this signal. Yeah, we've got yellow, haven't we? So we're okay. We have got the road into the platform. Yeah, fantastic. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You watch a bit of us, but watch a bit of history. Very good. Ah, that's the trouble with work experience, isn't it? Southwestern. Yeah, it's kind of all done for, well, just for the experience, but right, so right, we've got green now, so we should be able to get cracking. I was kind of getting confused in my mind then. I was thinking that was Faversham, but of course that's City-born. We've got one of these, another weird livery here. That's a Transpennine livery. I mean, that's something I've not tried with this new thing about the these scenery mods, and I don't know whether that would help with that, because it's always slightly a nuisance, the fact that all the mods that you have will pop up on any route that you have whatsoever, so it makes it a bit more unrealistic. Yeah, so we're back to greens again, so I don't know whether they've got a clear run now through to Faversham. Yeah, in theory, Christopher, you could. You can kind of drive any train on any route, really. I think you're restricted to... it'd work on this route because it's third rail. I don't know whether if you picked a diesel line route, I don't think you'd be able to get it to move. Yeah, I must play around with that because that's kind of been a little bit of a bugbear for ages. Ah, excellent, Seb. I mean, you should be able to get the Southeastern and Glossop Line working on your TSW5 installation, shouldn't you? I would have thought. Yeah, it still is my favourite route. I have to say that the West Coast Main Line South route, when that came out, that's been the stuff of dreams for me to see it in that much detail. I've been waiting for that for years, and okay, we obviously want more of it, different bits and all, but it's that was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, definitely, Lee. You do get in places you get clutter, and sometimes you'll find it in different routes. Some people are really good at putting stuff like that in. Which does definitely add to the detail, but it's never quite as grimy. We do get plenty of graffiti. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think somebody was trying to get Alan Thompson on his streams to do a Class 08 shunter run from King's Cross to Edinburgh, you know, which obviously would have taken hours and hours and hours. Oh, right, okay, so you have got the... sorry, I thought you said you didn't have the... oh, I see, sorry, the West Coastway. Got you. I understand you now, yeah. I understand you. Again, I keep glancing across at the stream and driving, trying to keep an eye on the speed limits, and I read West Coast Main Line, not West Coastway. Yeah, well, we've got East Coastway anyway for TSW. We've got West Coastway for Train Sim Classic. The 66, yeah, that dropped through on an email the other day. I mean, again, I'm not massive. I don't think I'll buy that instantly when it comes out because I'm trying to keep my spending down on Train Sim Classic stuff at the moment, and quite honestly, I'm happy with the one that we've got installed at the moment. Yes, absolutely. That's like that, the sort of thing you'd see at a like a carry-on film, or oh crumbs, what's that? That old film, That School with George Colin all those years ago. I think they feature something like that, or Laurel and Hardy, something like that. Yeah, I mean the Brighton Main Line was one of the older routes now, but when it came out, the timetable was immense, and really showed the potential of what TSW could do. Well, enjoy your tea, Seb. Centralians, Amaze. Yeah, I knew you would know. Right, so we've got the feather for the approach control. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And of course, that was like way before he became famous in Minder, wasn't it? And such a talented actor. Okay, Seb. Yeah, that's fine. Drift into the platform here at Faversham. So we are taking the Bay platform. Yes, yeah, that would be a long overrun. It's just about possible on using Train Sim Classic to do Penzance to Dundee with a variety of routes. I mean, there's a very, very old one that covers the Birmingham to Derby section. And there's kind of a bit missing to Leeds, but then there is a route that covers Doncaster to Sheffield, so you could kind of just about get away with it, I think. There isn't, I'm afraid. No buffet car on Southeastern services, I'm afraid. Ah, marvellous, Christopher. Again, I was just glancing at the chat then, and I read Amsterdam for a second, but then I remember you mentioned about going to Amersham. No, I don't think there's a pub car on the game as far as I remember. Not yet. That would be quite a nice sort of April the 1st piece of DLC, wouldn't it, to add on. Oh, what have we got coming through? We've got a 47, I think. But this is some sort of rail. I don't know if this is supposed to be a substitute cross-country or a rail, probably a rail tour service, isn't it? There we go. So, scores on the doors. Ah, well done, Amaze Taze. Ah, you beat me. So that's pulled you back. Wow, again, really quite close. What? Okay, not as close as that 15 points for the first run, but still less than 50 points, isn't it? So that's marvellous. That puts you back in the match, as it were. So that makes it 2-1. Probably won't Southwestern yet. But yeah, that would be quite a nice little, fun little thing, wouldn't it? The old pump car. I can't remember if did somebody ever do it for Train Sim Classic. I'm not totally sure on that. So we are doing the Brighton to Seaford thing next. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon I didn't compare the scores or anything, but maybe your timekeeping, there was a few points perhaps where I could have sped up a little bit faster than I did, so maybe I was, I don't know, I was a bit late arriving into Faversham. Right, so what I'm going to do quickly now, let's just quickly make myself a coffee, so I'll be back in a second. So if I don't see you again, enjoy your meal, Seb. No, you don't, Seb. No, it's pretty straightforward. And you know, I always say, well, if I could do it, anybody could do it. Yeah, it's dead easy to do. Oh, that's a good question. I think it's just the 313 timetable Maze Tays. So it's not one of the special ones with the one of the muddied ones. It's the 313 timetable. So I'm just going to quickly make that copy. Copy, did I say? Coffee. I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, thanks for watching, Seb, and enjoy the rest of the evening, and hopefully catch you again next week. I recognise him. What's his name? Right, I'm back. What have I missed? Am I going to watch Silverstone next week? There used to be a time, actually, with the British Grand Prix where I always used to religiously watch it, even though I didn't watch any other Grand Prix stuff. But I don't know, might give it a watch. I mean, I've never been massively a huge Formula One fan. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, the 313 East Coastway. Can't even remember if that's a mod, that 2021 that I've got in there, but or is that the older? That was perhaps the original one, wasn't it? Thinking about it. So what did we say was this one then? So to Charlie 46. To be honest with you, I haven't, Christopher. I don't massively get excited about the prospect of the start of the season this time of the year. I mean, I'm looking forward to Wimbledon starting tomorrow, and I'm sort of really into the summer sports at the moment. Ah, right, excellent. Yeah, yeah, Bromley's. Yeah, I think it's officially Kent, isn't it? But it's sort of London suburbs, really. Right, okay, yeah, 2020. That's when it came out, wasn't it? The East Coastway route. Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be a big promotion season for Shrewsbury next season. After the debacle of the last campaign. Did you watch the under 21s, by the way, last night, Christopher? It was a brilliant game, and I was delighted to see. Do you know? I always forget where the thing is on this. It's lurking there, isn't it? That's it. Master key on. Yeah, it was. It's absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? And I just about on the last day managed to capture the last bit on the radio. Had about 45-minute drive home from work, so I got that on, and then I got back in time to then watch the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour with the actually completing victory. Now then, we talk about tail lights. I think, have we got those tail lights on there or not? I think they are, aren't they? Hang on. Marker lights, cab lights, cab lights. Where is the tail lights? Ah, they perhaps aren't supposed to be on, are they? Hang on. Well, what have we got? We've got headlights, tail lights, headlights, marker lights. Yeah, that must be right. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I'd forgotten Southampton was your team. Well, they've had their moments, haven't they, down the years? Oh, good luck, Scooby, as ever. Hope you do well. I kind of timed this wrong, really, haven't I? I should have done the 313 run for you a bit earlier. But yeah, absolutely loved the first test. So we've got the second test match coming up at Edgbaston on Wednesday, haven't we? And yeah, it's a cracker of a series. I mean, it's lovely when a test match just goes through to the last day like that. It's very old school, and I think yeah, obviously the Ashes is the absolute, you know, sort of the pinnacle really of Test cricket, but the England-India is just about the next best thing. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean about the England football, but that was a great match. I really enjoyed it. I'm still with it, England. Hey, what have we done here? I don't know what I did wrong there. Very strange. Oh, the tail lights are off. It was just the sunlight, wasn't it? Oh, good evening, King K Games. Hope you're well. I mean, actually, talking of England, I have been to an England international at St Mary's a few years back now. That was kind of at the time when England weren't playing their internationals, when Wembley was being rebuilt. And also went to the Dell many years ago. I think that was a Port Vale game, actually. I seem to remember an FA Cup tie involving Port Vale. I've been to the occasional Port Vale game down the years, but I'm not one of these people who absolutely hates Port Vale because I support Stoke. I kind of wish both teams well, really. So, again, it's a while since I've driven this route, so it's one of the very, very first routes that came out for the UK. I think we had the West Somerset Railway and then this. I was thinking about actually doing a Flying Scotsman run on the West Somerset Railway. But I had a slight issue with it, and I've got a feeling it's something stupid like you changing the brakes from vacuum brakes to aircon, or the other way round, or from. Yeah, you're looking forward to a bit of cool weather. It's not good fun, is it, when it's really, really hot? I mean, I think we all look forward to summer, and you know, don't get me wrong, I much prefer this weather than it is in the, you know, sort of middle of November or December on a grim winter's day, but it's not fun when it's hot overnight. Yeah, I hope you're well, King K Games, by the way. Brakes on this thing are absolutely hopeless. Yeah, you kind of got to remember that. We've just gone from the 465 is a bit better than this thing. Right, whereabouts is the Carnival King K Games? Yeah, they're brilliant, aren't they, Southwestern? And there's some great ideas as well, merging bits and pieces together. I mean, you've got that incredible run from Manchester Piccadilly to into France, which I would never have thought about that being a possibility, kind of using the Chat Moss and then coming down the West Coast main line that way. Yeah, I think we're all looking forward to that. King Car. I can't wait to get my hands on it on Tuesday night. That's going to be brilliant. I mean, we're soon going to think it needs to be longer, and I know that's what I'll say when I do it. But I can put up with that for now. My absolute dream would be to cruise one thing, but I kind of want the line down through to Stoke, and hopefully Stafford and Birmingham would be immense as well. But even that's got its issues, because if you kind of have Stoke in the game and then that section going south, then you've kind of got an issue where the trains going to Euston actually avoid Stafford, so it's not easy to work out where you would actually end the thing. I've done it again. What am I doing wrong here? Is it something to do with the this? I think it's. I had this problem with the this DSD, didn't I? I had this problem with the 47. I think it's basically not alerting me to it, but it's kind of penalising me for not pressing the button. I mean, the good news is at least we've got crew. I don't think I'm getting any points here in Maystays. At least we've got crew definitely coming in some way, shape or form. But yeah, you've done some brilliant videos, King K. They're superbly edited, and some very long ones as well, very creative, and announcements, the whole lot. And Southeastern's done some videos as well just recently as well, which are good, with announcements as well. So coming into Falmouth, and we should, if we get the chance, we should get a glimpse of, we're talking about football, of a certain football ground here as well. See if we can find it. It's this side, isn't it? Hang on. Oh, that must be a mod I've installed. There we are. The American Express Community Stadium. The Amex Stadium. Not sure I've ever looked inside before. And okay, the inside's a bit ropey, but at least we've got a pitch there. Right, yeah, I think I have got that route, Southwestern, but I couldn't quite get on with it because there didn't seem to be that much other traffic by way of trains. Ah, right, has it always been in there? Do you know, I couldn't remember. I mean, I know we've got things like the Emirates Stadium on Train Sim Classic, and there's no mention whatsoever of it being Arsenal's ground, but it doesn't really matter. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? If you kind of got a crowd full of people, and you suddenly saw a few people, yeah, running around. It was like, but you have to time it for a certain time on a Saturday and stuff like that. Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, I presume that's again one that's available in the sale, isn't it? But yeah, I don't think I own the new one. But I mean, I saw one or two videos of the revised version. It still doesn't look, as far as I could see, like kind of mega busy. I think what lets this route down slightly now is some of the shrubbery and that needs a bit of work. You know, you kind of got like bare banks like that. It looks a bit not quite complete, not quite up to what you might say TSW5 standards. So the next stop is Lewis, and I emphasise the pronunciation on that because I've heard some very weird. Some people call it Lewes, and I suppose that's how it's spelled, but I do know it's pronounced Lewis. Although weirdly enough, Lewis actually gives me flashbacks because I remember November the 5th last year, and we got the a YouTube stream of their kind of amazing fireworks and all their November the 5th stuff, and I was planning on doing a stream on Bonfire Night last year, and that's when I had my internet problems for a while, so that was quite a stressful night all told. Tell you what, the brakes on this thing, you feel the train jerking even when you put step 1 brake on. So you've got this thing where it actually goes down all the way down to 10 mile an hour just before the station. You would naturally, wouldn't you? And it's one of those names that there's absolutely no reason that you would know, unless you know that the locals pronounce it as Lewis. I always had a laugh with Tom when I heard Tom from Train Sim TV pronounce it as Lewis. Well, I'll be honest with you, Southwestern. I think sometimes with the time it takes, and you know, you've only got so much free time in your life, then I find that a lot of the time I don't get the chance in playing it, other than when I'm streaming. Which I don't mind massively, particularly when it's a first release, because I think it's quite good fun to have a look at a brand new route that's come out. Yeah, there you go. Ah, still didn't get down quick enough. Terrible little speed limit, this one. Yeah, you probably find if you got one of those translator things where it actually speaks it verbally, to probably pronounce it wrong. I don't know, Charles. And good evening, by the way. I don't think you put a message on tonight, have you? But it's kind of available on Tuesday to buy, and I think if you're on consoles, it's kind of first, and then Steam, I think, usually comes out at 6 o'clock. I presume that the ambassadors will have early access. Now, whether that's before the Dovetail Games live stream or not tomorrow night or not, I don't know. Ah, right. Excellent, Seb. Did you? How was your tea? Did you enjoy it? It's a memory I have of growing up, actually, when I was, I don't know, 5, 6, under 10 sort of thing, of always on a hot day, we'd always say to Mum, oh, can we have a salad tonight? We don't really fancy a hot meal. All right, excellent. Wow, you're a busy old person, Seb. Yeah, I'm afraid early access doesn't apply for me, Charles. But yeah, I agree with you, King K. I think it's a lovely route, and I love the fact that there's that bit of variety. You're not restricted to doing Seaford runs. You can actually do services to Eastbourne as well. I've no idea, Charles. From a selfish point of view, I'm hoping it's after the Dovetail Games stream, because that did happen once with a release. But there'll still be, I can guarantee you that if it's after, the second they'll have recorded them already, because they'll actually have gained access to it probably tomorrow morning, or maybe even earlier than that, but there'll be some sort of embargo. So I can guarantee you that the second that the DTG stream finishes, we'll be flooded with Manchester Airport Commuter routes videos. But Southwestern was asking me that, Seb, and right, let's get these brakes on. We might make it to the 40, just about. No, I didn't watch it earlier. It sounded like a fun one, though, with plenty going on. I don't know whether it's still the case, but we used to have a situation with the passengers on this route where you got, I mean, this South East, for instance, that we're coming up to soon, is probably one of the quietest stations in the country, but it was like rush hour with it looked like Waterloo for few seconds. Ah, right, excellent, Amaze Taze. How do you know all these things? I take it that's something from Discord, is it? Yeah, well, that, from my point of view, I think that's better because obviously, you know, some people watch it tomorrow night, some will watch on Tuesday, but at least it's going to still be reasonably fresh on Tuesday night. So the plan is we'll have a good look at it. We'll have a proper look round Piccadilly Station. We'll definitely have a look at Manchester Airport, and I think we'll do 3 runs. We'll do a run to Alderley Edge. We'll do a Manchester Airport service to Piccadilly with a 323, and a Pendolino run from Wilmslow to Piccadilly. Yes, indeed. Yeah, never occurred to me that Southwestern. Yeah, that's unfortunately I'd completely forgotten about that. That's caught me out twice, and it was only on the second time that it came on that I thought, I understand what's happened now. I'd love to see a 313 released in its original form, so where you got the pantograph included. And you know, then we could take it out properly on the West Coast Main Line. Yeah, we'll have a proper look on Tuesday, and then I think we'll revisit it again next Sunday as well. But we'll probably do kind of other stuff on Sunday. We'll do like the 350 runs and the 153 and the 1550, that sort of thing. Yeah, well, it's lovely for the people. Yeah, here we go. It's funny, isn't it? You've got like the West Coast Main Line where the passengers are barely visible, and then you've got somewhere like this, Southeast, you've probably got more passengers here than they probably had getting on and off in a year. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's. I mean, I'm not going to massively, to be honest with you, I am going to watch the official DTG stream tomorrow night, but that's the only one I'm going to watch. I want to then wait until I can get my hands on the game on Tuesday. Is it depending on what? I can't remember when the LIRR came out. Was that? I suppose it depends which version of TSW it was. Ah, right. Okay, Max. Yeah, that's your Sunday night dinner, is it? I've never been a fan, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a great McDonald's one. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, well, good luck to him. As I say, for me, it's just kind of like, you know, such things aren't doable for me, I'm afraid. Well, enjoy your McDonald's, Max. Sounds as though you're excited about that. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, even with the newer version. Oh, you mean sort of... That's about the best I can do, I'm afraid, Max. We have got a Pendolino lined up a bit later on, Max. So we've got a Bakerloo line train coming up, and it's scheduled to be last on the Pendolino run. I don't look sound like Darth Vader, do I? I'm afraid I haven't got Thomas the Tank Engine. And I do remember Thomas the Tank Engine when I was your age, but kind of a little bit too old for that now. I don't even know what Darth Vader would sound like. You hear the seagulls in the background. Yeah, we are doing the West Coast Main Line a bit later on, Max. Yes, I know, Charles. Yeah, you've said. But yeah, I'm not an ambassador, so therefore, for me, it'll be Tuesday. Correct. That's what I was looking for, King K. It might be actually. Nah, I know where it is. It's in the next station, isn't it? I think I can see it. Yes, I could see it. I was the same, you know. I was thinking, where's that ship? And I can see it now. I love that, how they've got the actual... can you actually... Nah, you can't get on board the ship, sadly. Sun effect, though, looks lovely there, doesn't it? What that thing's for exactly. Brighton ferries, is that a real thing? And it's lovely there as well, where you've kind of got that little bit there and then it goes out to sea. Yeah, I'd love to have Charing Cross in the game, Max, I have to say. Yes, indeed, it's a lovely route to come back to, because I've not played it in ages, and it suddenly occurred to me. I'm sort of mulling over in my mind, and during the week, and I'll think, what route shall I do this coming weekend? As Christopher was saying, sometimes it'd be nice to put a bit of a vote in, I think, but it kind of occurred to me I've not done this route in absolutely ages. Good evening, Zach. Hope you're well. So we've got single track now. There's a good view of the ferry. Of course, these 313s are a thing of the past. They don't operate now on this route. Yeah, hope you're well, Zach. So, you could see clearly there that this, obviously, I don't know if it was double track throughout, but you can see certainly there, this was a place where there was room for 2 tracks. But I suppose it's good that it's still it's good that it's still got a healthy regular service. We're not far off from the destination. I think it's here that we've got the caravan park, isn't it? See, I love stuff like that, instead of the wheels, they've actually got the supports down. That's quite detailed, really, isn't it? Tell you what, there's worse places to stop, isn't there? I'd be interested to see that caravan site in real life, but that kind of view of the harbour, that gentle view there, looks lovely. See the waves gently coming in as well. kind of keep an eye out because it's obviously it's the terminus coming up. Yeah, absolutely, Christopher. Yeah, yeah. And there are times. I mean, it's the same when I do the 5 circle route, and I've never been over the Forth Bridge. But then when you go past the bit by the coastline, I'm thinking, wow, I really want to go on this route, and you know, I must do it at some point in real life. I love that they've got a 90-mile-an-hour speed limit up there in the top right, which is kind of beyond the buffer stop, so not sure where that's supposed to kick in. Ah, excellent, Southwestern, yeah. I think from where I am, the nearest piece of seaside is technically Hoylake, which of course more famous for having a Open Championship golf course. Llandudno is lovely though. I love Llandudno. And again, funnily enough, I've never been on the train to Llandudno. I've never been past Chester on the North Wales coast. Yeah, well, I know you've got Southampton Central, you've got Southampton Airport Parkway. And also, it's not a huge distance to go to get to Bournemouth, is it? There we go, here's Seaford. Okay, that landscape there looks a bit barren. Yeah, definitely. Well, the funny thing is, I mean, I've done it in the game. I mean, Conway's a place in its own right with the castle. It's just a piece of magnificence, and that was a lovely screenshot to do actually for the thumbnail, to have the train passing under the arch at the station. Ah, excellent, Southwestern. Right, so what's we scored? 10-2-6-2. So we'll keep an eye out for Amazed Taves in a minute. But yeah, the North Wales coast looks lovely. And again, time and money and all the rest of it. But so let's get the game closed down so I can get set up for the next run. So we are next on Elephant, well, we're on the Bakerloo line, Elephant and Castle to Queen's Park. And we do have a nighttime run for our final run, Christopher. We're going to take the Pendolino into the Wembley Intercity Depot. It's something like 1 o'clock in the morning is the actual time, hopefully not the time of the stream. Oh, wow. Well. 20 points. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we're getting some very close ones, aren't we, tonight? So that's 3-1 to me. I've got my scores right. But yeah, we're having some really close runs. Yeah, I mean, an old favourite as well. I don't know if you've ever been on the Cambrian coast, Christopher, but once you know, it's quite nice, the run from Shrewsbury to Mahonclough. But beyond that, when you kind of turn right at Dovey Junction and you go towards Aberdyfi and Barmouth and then eventually onto Pwllheli, it's an absolutely beautiful ride. Oh, can do. That's not a bad shout, actually. There you go. Yeah, if you see the it being cold and icy, then yeah, it might just set you up for the night. I mean, the way we're heading, because it's 10 to 8, so we might even get chance for a bonus run in between before we do the final run of the night. Ah, excellent, Southeastern. Yeah, so I think you're probably going to beat us all because you were saying that I think you've got the art probably better than me at coming into these stations. Yeah, it's well worth doing, and you've got the choice as well. You could take the train to Aberystwyth. Aberystwyth's not a bad place either. It's nice there. I mean, it's a long old trip to Pwllheli. I've been there and back in a day, and there's not a massive amount there really, but thoroughly enjoyed it. So I remember going from Crewe once, and you know, I went up to the counter, return to Pwllheli, please, and the she says to me, "Oh, we don't get many people going to there." Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I do love the 72 stock. I have to say. Right, so we're doing the 2021 timetable, of course. So 72 stock. So it's worth using the West Coast Main Line version. Never understood why there's two in there, but you get the sparks from it, don't you? Excuse me. So what did I say? 225-6. Oh, crikey. Well, take your protection with you, Christopher. I think it's gone downhill a bit in recent years. I kind of never go to Hanley these days. So I believe. So I believe. I think this is supposed to be. You get that little weird glitch on this Train Sim World thing. That looks a bit zombified, actually, where it keeps loading up a blank screen, but it looks a bit weird. Right, so let's get ourselves set up. We'll do that. So we'll do the this cutout thing, and that just means you can get the great sounds when we're going through the tunnels. Now I better remember to put the saloon lighting on. Oh, sometimes forget that. So where are we going to? Queen's Park, aren't we? That should do us. So we're due off it. Oh, you can see a train through the tunnel. Yeah, me too. And you know, it's dead old, really, but and you know, I know there is a few things that aren't perfect with it, but I think the modelling and the detail is beautiful. I mean, some people said, "Oh, they're going to make it look really clean," and but they haven't somehow. They've managed to capture it in all its glory without it being too shiny and bright. I think the headlights are on, aren't they? Yeah. All right, okay, Southwest. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if you know, if it so happens that your run is not kind of similar timing to us. It makes no difference if you're 5 minutes behind. Oh yeah, I think, I mean, that for me is the icing on the cake. You know, sort of the oh, hey up. I didn't even. Oh, I know what I've done. Yeah, I think. What have I done here? Right. Oh, there we go. We're all right. You're right. Oh, I haven't shut the doors. Nah. Oh, I see. Well, I've had that problem before, Southwestern, and what I've tended to find is it corrects itself after after a few seconds. You'll find by the time you get to the first stop at Lambeth North, you should be all right, I think. Yes, indeed, Larry Grayson. Shut that door, it's Larry Grayson's generation game. Oh, that's interesting, Southwest. I think hopefully it should be alright. It might just be something to do with the time, actually, because you're not quite at departure time just yet. But there is something amazing about being in the cab of a tube train. I'm immensely jealous of the people that do it in real life. Yes, very good, yeah. Well remembered. All right, that's strange, Southwestern. I thought I'd kind of bodged it up a little bit, but in my case, I've not shut the door. I found myself watching a few Larry Grayson interviews on YouTube. I think he did Pebble Mill at one a few times, and just such a lovely guy. Yeah, well, I think I remember. I don't think it, as far as I can see, it's not on YouTube now. But there was a video where I don't think she was driving it on the game, but she was kind of watching a real Bakerloo line driver was watching somebody drive it, and she was talking about the real life stuff, and she was talking about the bits that she thought was realistic. And I think she said they're like limited to the amount of times that they could spend like down in the underground section. I think it's kind of controlled to a certain extent. I think they've done something with the lighting as well, because at least you can see the track now. It used to be not be able to see the track, so they've tinkered around with it. Right. Game can be frustrating sometimes, can't it? I mean, don't worry, Southwest. If you can, if you can get it working, then brilliant. If you can't, then don't worry about it. I love the wheel flange sound as well. I mean, the sounds that were included with the original release were a bit off, to be honest, but this add-on, this mod really makes it. Oh, I see what you mean, King K. No, I don't think it was. There was something recent where they did it with like TFL drivers on the Goblin line and stuff. But no, this was an actual genuine Bakerloo line driver, and she clearly knew her stuff, because she'd come around and signal, and she'd say, right, this signal, and she'd read out the number. I like it. Ah, brilliant, Southwestern. No, I know, it's funny sometimes. Some of these things are a bit random. Well, no worries anyway. And I think because you're a bit more expert on driving this, that you'll definitely, I'm sure you'll beat my score, that's for certain. I know why there's more than one, because you've kind of got the version that was released before TSW5 came out. We definitely need more London Underground routes for the game. I was so excited when this first came out. I mean, there is a mod as well, and I haven't got it installed at the moment, but so that you can actually open this door in the middle as well. Yeah, I would love the Lizzie line, King K. I mean, there is that issue. I mean, we've talked about it before, but it is ATO operated. So how would they do it? Would you have to have it so that the tunnel section was ATO operated, and then you'd have the main section where we were driving it, perhaps? Yeah, I'm not surprised, Christopher, to be honest. Amazed Taze, to be honest. Yeah, I kind of get. I think that. I mean, I think somebody said to me, the only problem with that is you haven't got signals in real life, so you'd have to drive it kind of signal less. But I think there is kind of a way around it, and also there's quite a substantial bit of it that's not ATO as well, that's out in the open. Yeah, well, maybe so. I mean, obviously it's slightly boring in a sense because you put your ATO button on and then you basically watch the train drive itself, and then you open and shut the doors. That's kind of the extent of it. I mean, we have the situation with the Tradesim Classic Met line where the bit between Finchley Road and Aldgate are ATO now in real life, but it's kind of done representing a time a little bit before where they weren't like that. So yeah, it's not a bad shout, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just hoping we don't either fry my computer tonight or on Tuesday, and then I'll be breaking the news that unfortunately I can't do any streaming at the moment because my computer's cooked. Yeah, there's some nice videos of the DLR on YouTube, in real life, because, you can kind of get that view that you would only see as assuming you could drive it, but you could see the view from the front as though you were driving it. I think they are technically drivable as well. There's a little paddle. I mean, I've only been on it once, and that was last year, I think it was, and you kind of got a driver. Oh, I just saw that change to yellow, so we have got a train not far off in front of us. We'll have to be careful on that. I guess. I was planning on doing a Flying Scotsman run on the West Somerset Railway, but I haven't quite got round to it yet. And I did think part of that actually, I might actually drive part of the way, then board it as a passenger, and then show the outside view for a bit. Oh, well, there you go then, there's the chance. That reminds me, actually, that scene, funnily enough, we were talking about Uncle Albert, weren't we, last week, but that reminds me of the scene in Fools and Horses where they're standing in the, sort of that area, and of course, Uncle Albert's all sad because his old house and his old street's been demolished. But Del Boy thinks it's all brilliant. Yeah, no worries. 15k. Oh, well, there you go. Well, only 750,000. Yeah, well, you got a couple of them. Yes, indeed. Still quite interesting, though, isn't it? I mean, I only visited it, let's say, last year, and I loved walking around like Wapping and stuff, and you got all these old buildings and stuff. It was a fascinating area. Do you know what, Southwestern? That's kind of an issue with driving Trainsim Classic and then going to Trainsim World and then back again, because I find myself doing that. I keep pressing the wrong button for the doors, because they're being slightly different. Yeah, I think Brian Johnston used to have a flat in St John's Wood, and I like to think, I mean, I don't know, but I like to think it's one of those flats that you can see slightly towering above it, and you know, there he had this great view of the ground. Yeah, it's. I mean, I think in theory, Southwestern, you could probably, whatever the expression is, but you'd probably match or change the controls so that you end up with the same controls on TSW as you do on TS Classic, which would be a bonus in its own right. Oh, definitely, Christopher. Yeah. Ah, right, I like that. The Kings Road Chelsea, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, John is... I was actually... I'm kind of thinking of him because I was reading... I was rereading Henry Blofeld's book the other day. It kind of put me in the mood for it after the cricket. And, you know, he's got some great tales. And I might have said this before, but... the thing that amazed me was, you remember CMJ as well, Christopher Martin Jenkins, who was the most measured commentator ever, and he sounded like he was in complete control of everything, so calm, so measured, so perfect. But apparently he was the most disorganised man you would ever wish to meet. He was late for everything, and he was a bit of a nightmare, but I find that absolutely astonishing. He is the good old Baker Street. I like it, the main stage, yeah. The question is, did you have any success? Oh, fantastic, Christopher, yeah. Oh, I bet that was an absolutely incredible evening. And, I love it. I love it. Um, and apparently, I've seen a clip of some of his shows on YouTube, and I know one of the things he talks about is the fact that this thing about the bowlers holding the batsman's willy is a complete fake, and it was never actually said. It was raised as a question, I think, by a listener, but it was never actually said in commentary. That takes me back to Fools and Horses as well, with where Del and Rodney meet up with this. I think it's a couple, isn't it? But they meet up with these posh girls, and then Rodney throws the phone number out of the window because they'd written it down on this cigar packet. I like it. That should have been part of the attraction, I would have thought. Can't be any worse than my Stokey voice, anyway. It was indeed. That was the famous leg over incident, and again you can replay that on YouTube infinitum. But they were basically doing the roundup, and I think Gagger said, he was describing some incident that had happened, and he said both of them couldn't get his leg over, basically, and that set Janners off into absolute hysterics. I love it. Yeah. I could listen to the old Test Match Special team forever. You know, all of them. You know, Henry Blofeld, CMJ. You know, sort of Brian, Bill Frindle, the bearded wonder. John has said, absolutely brilliant. Wow, I bet that was a experience and a half. So, question is, what sort of speeds did you get up to? What was your top speed? He was brilliant, Blowers, yeah, and you know, I mean, sometimes I'm slightly prejudiced against people with a you know, like public school voice, but you never ever sensed that with Blowers. You just knew that if you met him, he would be just the same with absolutely everybody, and he was the most lovely person. Yeah, I bet you did, Christopher, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it was treble figures. I mean, even I've managed treble figures once going to work when I thought I might be a bit late. I like that. Now my place, governor. But there's just so many tales that Blower's had, and you know, he lived an amazing life, and all came about because he had an accident. I mean, he was a fairly decent cricketer and probably would have ended up being professional, but he managed to come off his bike and hit a bus, and that ended his cricket career. But he's ended up having a wonderful career in cricket. Wow, yeah, no, that's some going, isn't it? Yeah, brilliant read, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And I think he's written, actually, a load of, more of them, I think. I think there might even be a recent one that he's brought out. I was watching a clip of him on that, I forgot what the programme's called now, but Would I Lie to You, that's it. He was doing a thing on, and it was absolutely genuinely true, it turned out, but he actually arranged to go on holiday with somebody, but he'd rung the wrong person, and when they turned up at the airport, it was like, oh, I wasn't expecting you. And he said, well, he invited me to go on holiday, and he realised he'd called the wrong person, and he had a weekend with this person instead. He said he was expecting this, like, really tall, attractive blonde, and he said the embarrassing thing was he couldn't remember her name, so he, he went to pick up the bag, and it wasn't because he was being all gentlemanly. He said it was basically so as he could catch and look at the luggage label, so as he could... He's thinking, what the hell's her name? Oh, me too, yeah, I love Dickie Bird, yeah. And again, he was, you know, I mean, he was cricket through and through, but absolutely genuine. And I love the fact that his nickname was Dickie, really. I mean, it was inevitable, I suppose, but of course it was Harold Bird, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm left-handed, as it goes, but sadly I don't have the sporty prowess. Yeah, I do like Davy Gower, and again, you know, you've seen him on that quiz programme he used to do, and seems like a top bloke. That's the one I'm thinking of, yeah, they think it's all over. With, of course, for many, many years, Nick Hancock as well, a local Stokey. They did a round once on that with him showing around pictures of around Stoke, and it was like sort of a bit of a jokey thing, because it was things like he showed a picture of Hanley bus station with the glass removed from the walkways and various things. Yeah, I should imagine he's quite demanding, really, and my goodness, some of the stories you've heard about both of them and these nights out, very, very intense character, but you know, absolutely wonderful. And, you know, some of the experience he's given us just watching him. And he's done some great stuff for charity as well. Yeah, well, I forget who, I can't remember who took over from Nick Hancock, but I think the story goes he was kind of like told, he bumped into this random person. He said, "Oh, sorry to hear you're leaving, they think it's all over, but, you know, I'm looking forward to presenting it." And it was kind of like, the reality was, well, it wasn't the fact that I chose to leave it. You know, I've been pushed, not through my own choice. Yes, Mr. Trump, King K. And I think that would... And the thing was, I mean, I think whoever took over from Nick Hancock, you know, the programme died after that, so it just wasn't as funny. I mean, they made the same mistake with Question of Sport as well, didn't they? Because they had Sue Barker on there, and then the moment they got rid of her, it just wasn't the same. I mean, you know, I like Paddy McGuinness, top bloke, but not the right man. Question of Sport's always had sports presenters, people absolutely involved in sport. Yeah, it was like, that was his kind of moment in the spotlight, wasn't it, Nick Hancock? You know, I think he still does panto and stuff, but that was his moment of fame. And, you know, he talked about getting 15 minutes of fame. That was his. Yeah, he's a strange old man, is Mr. Trump. Yes, indeed, yeah. Remember, remember Tony Slattery, yeah. And also, he was the they think it's all over. It was the Arsenal supporter, Rory somebody, was it? And I can't remember the other comedian, but he seemed to have found a bit more fame, I think, after, but we never heard from him again. Oh, even in Merseyrail train simulator route builder. Crikey, are we at Queen's Park already? How's that time gone? Rory McGrath, that's it, yeah. Yeah, I hope you're well, Merseyrail. And how's that Train Classic route progressing? Have you been able to do a bit more? So we'll record the score for posterity, because also we need to see about, I'm not sure, Southwestern, if you're too far behind, but it doesn't matter anyway. But I bet you've done better than me, because oh, no worries at all. everybody's, you know, we're all busy, and it's good to see a returning face. You know, I do love the fact that you keep coming back and you watch the stuff, which is absolutely excellent. Thank you very much.
Ticket checks are in operation at this station. Please have your tickets ready for inspection.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Now this always confuses me because we have a red signal, but we're in the lines of tram systems, aren't we? So basically, I think if that was horizontal, then it would mean we can't go into the depot. But if it's upwards, I think we've got the road, haven't we? Yes, sounds interesting. That niche, that's a great word. Our excellent Merseyrail. Hang on, have we shut our doors on this thing? You know, I can't remember. No, we haven't. Are you gonna, when you release it, Merseyrail, are you gonna wait until you've kind of done the whole thing and you've done both routes, or are you just going to release, say, the Wirral line and then do the Northern line at a later date? The only reason I ask, because I know that these things take years, don't they? So, you know, it's kind of might be one way of doing like a phased introduction, perhaps. What would probably be frustrating for you, I suspect, to be if you spend, you know, absolutely ages getting it right, and then TSW announced that they are doing the Merseyrail. Of course, this is basically the old West Coast Main Line. You know, this is the original Bakerloo line, so if you want to kind of do the full run, it's best to switch over to the new one. But well, there we go. Well, that's my score anyway. So 15-111. So I'll write that down. Not heard from Southwestern for a few minutes, but if you are around, you're still doing the run and you complete it, then yeah, give us a shout. Let us know your score. That will be interesting. So where are we now, time wise? Let's have a look. Right, I think we'll move into, because it's 8:30, so we'll move into the nighttime run. So yeah, Euston to Wembley Intercity Depot. Yeah, Brill, Mace Tage, yeah. Let us know. And the thing is, it's best to protect your PC as best you can. I mean, I'm still remembering the Alan Thompson stream. I mean, I'm just hoping that wasn't a big excuse and the game's an absolute, for want of a better word, dumper. But he was kind of saying, well, it was very, very hot in his shed, and he realised that was probably one of the major issues behind their preview stream. mean, there's always this thing about, oh, it's a dev build and this, that, and the other, but never quite sure about that. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. I mean, you kind of hope that DTG will have a go at it before they do the preview, but you never quite know with DTG. They've done previews before where it looks as though their preparation time amounted to about 10 seconds. I can't wait to see who's on the stream as well tomorrow, but we'll see. Well, that's the thing, and you know, you've kind of got the issue of streaming at the same time as well, so it's that's the difficulty. Now we need West Coast Main Line South. So we're going to do this in the 2019 timetable. And we need the Pendolino, which I can't remember if it was the flowing silt one or not now. I can't actually remember this. I've not wrote down whether it's the 390 or the 391, but we'll have a check. I've got a feeling it was the flowing silt one. So the one, can't read my own writing now, 5 Bravo 46. Yeah, so there it is. It's the 0128. So, right, so what we need then is we won't put it on full, so we'll move it from June, we'll make it the 30th of December, snow level on maximum, and we'll have it as snowing. Yeah, that's me guess. Yeah, I'm thinking probably Hayden. Yeah, it's quite nicely timed, isn't it? So, you know, I think actually with Wimbledon coming up, I think the BBC Two Test match highlights on at some ridiculous time, but I don't think it matters because they'll be out on iPlayer, I think, probably earlier in the evening. Absolutely. But I shall be watching Wimbledon as well this coming week because I do really enjoy Wimbledon. Actually, just a quick thought as well, but in 2 weeks' time, it'll be the Wimbledon final weekend, and they've moved both the ladies and the men's final to something like at least 4 o'clock. So I think what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to have a Friday stream that weekend. I'm confused. No, that's not the one. That's not the right one. Oh, it's for some reason it's selected 5F10. Stupid game. So I think, yeah, Wimbledon finals weekend. So not next weekend, but the weekend after. It'll be. We'll probably go for a Friday evening stream then. Right, take 2 on this. Timetable. 2019. 390. Flowing silk. What do we say? 5 Bravo 46. I think it's literally because I didn't click on the actual thing there. So snow level there, precipitation there. There we go, we've selected it now, we're all right. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I must admit, when I've been to football matches, you know, sort of at the start of the season and the end of the season, and sort of August, sometimes September, and but you know, April, May, and a sunny afternoon, it's lovely, and such a contrast with going in the cold. And I've certainly been there when it's been ice and snow around, and you know, I've got 3 jumpers on and 5 layers of socks and goodness knows what, and you know, look at something resembling the Elephant Man. Oh, we're not doing very well with this. Oh, creaky oriki. Doesn't like that one, does it? Oh well, better to have a disaster at the end of the stream than at the start, I think. Anyway, well, that one doesn't work for some reason. Don't know why. But we won't be defeated. We'll pick another one. I think so, yeah. Ah, right, excellent, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've looked up, I was trying to work out why derbies are called derbies, and I think it's quite an interesting story. Yes, nowadays, yeah. Right. Okay, well, we'll do this one then, the 2231. It's the same distance, so hopefully, this one's all right. So we're doing 5 Mike 17. I like it. I love the fact, though, that he picked Wrexham. You know, I love the fact that it was, you know, he probably never even heard of the place. So, you know, kudos for him for that. I've been to Anfield. I've watched Stoke play in a League Cup tie many years ago, getting a 2-2 draw. And I've also watched England play. There we are. We've got a bit of snow. How about that? It's Christmas. Should have done this one in the Christmas stream, shouldn't I? Ignore me on that. Let's make sure we got night running on, we want. So we need to get some of these doodahs into the right positions. That one needs to be on as well. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, paradoxically, I think be true to say. Now we don't need to open the doors. Oh, we need to get a bit of windscreen wipers on. I think we need, yeah, we need fast, I think. Well, we'll slow do, let's see. Try slow to begin with, because it's not snowing that heavily. Not sure whether I've got that latest patch installed where they made it more realistic. And Mace Tays will know if I have. I think I'm still alright sounding me horn, aren't I, at 22:33? Well, I don't know if it's my imagination, but it feels massively better, London Euston. We'll have to do a run into Euston. Excellent. Yeah, I have walked across Stanley Park once. I remember, I don't know where we parked up, but actually, thinking about it, I've also been to Anfield during Euro 96, and we watched a quarter-final between France, was it France and the Netherlands? Oh, I should be able to remember. Yeah, because France got to the... it was a 0-0 draw, and it was settled on penalties, so it wasn't much of a game, but yeah, France went through to the semis and then lost to the Czech Republic. This is 100% smoother. I'm quite sure about that. Oh dear. We have still sadly got passengers on board. I never thought about opening the doors actually, but I kind of assumed, well, it's supposed to be a depot run, so I left the doors shut, but never mind. Yes, I went 2 or 3 times to watch Stoke play Manchester City at Main Road, and the first time I went, it was absolutely poured with rain the whole afternoon. Stoke lost 3-0, and the away fans, it was kind of a corner of the stand that was undercover. And of course it was like standing area, so everybody huddled under the standing area, but there was a completely open bit where of course it absolutely... it is a thing, yeah, it can do. It can be affected by the snow. You do get wheel slip a bit. Well, there you go. I'll put the F3 up. I mean, it's not 60 frames per second, but it's it feels better. I'm sure it's better. And okay, we're doing a late night service, so maybe, you know, we're not kind of doing peak time or something, but yeah, it's kind of like the Moss Side area, wasn't it? Main Road. The famous Moss Side. Kind of Oasis territory, I think. Yeah, I think we went on the coach. I think we went twice, actually. I'm sure we lost both times. And I once went to watch, we went to watch Stoke play at St James's Park many years ago. And we not only lost, but got relegated on the same day. I mean, Moss Side still exists, doesn't it? I don't know. I don't know if it's like much improved nowadays. South Hampstead. Lighting on this thing is superb, I have to say. So we could have had it really, really heavy snow in a blizzard, but I thought we'd have it on light snow. Correct, yeah, that's right. I mean, it was alright, but it was like, you know, sort of that traditional sort of amongst terraced housing, and opposite there was a pub called the Victoria Pub, and I'm not totally sure if anybody actually knows whether the pub or the football ground came first. I mean, of course, it might be that the frame rates are a bit better because there isn't much other traffic, and I mean, I think the 350 is a bit of a frame rate killer as well. So I don't know. I'll have to try it rush hour. I remember once going to Fratton Park as well, and that's kind of set amongst the terrace housing, and it was one of those, you know, getting on the coach, and it just seemed strange to be going all the way to the south coast to Portsmouth and never actually seeing the sea at all. Ah, interesting, Amaze Sage, yeah, right. Yeah, I think generally that's what I found, but I'll be interested to see if it's any different now with this mod. Ah, hello again, Seb. And I have written it down. I'll have a check after the stream to have a check and see. About liking and subscribing to your channel. Right, I'm being a bit cautious because I've just gone through that signal, and I've done what all train drivers should never do, because I've acknowledged it, but I haven't got a clue what I've acknowledged. that up there. That's Willesden Junction Station. Well, that definitely was a single yellow that time. I did observe that. Yeah, I never went to, I've never been to Loftus Road. Then you've got that strange thing, haven't you, at Kenilworth Road, where you more or less go to the turnstiles via going through somebody's house. Oh, I've been to the Hawthorns once. I watched the England B team playing in, I've got a suspicion that was 98. I think it was, you know, the England B team haven't been a thing before or since, but they just had this kind of one-off game, as I recall, and that was at the Hawthorns. I seem to remember Steve Guppy playing an ex Port Vale man. Yes, yeah, that's somewhere else I've been to, yeah. And that was a summer's night, I seem to remember, in midweek at Burnston Park. Yeah, even the name sounds it somehow, doesn't it? West Brom. And I remember actually, I mean, Stoke have had some great games against West Brom down the years. And of course, their nickname's the Baggies. And I might have told you this before, but I remember sitting in the stands at the Victoria Ground, and the West Brom fans were singing "Come on, you Baggies," and a lady in front of me said, "What have they just said? Come on, you faggots." that made me laugh. Speaking of football grounds, of course, there's Wembley in the background. Oh, excellent. Amazing. I can remember that time when, yeah, when there was a band put on. It was like the, you know, trying to, the battles with hooliganism, wasn't it? And I mean, there were some really bad incidents at the Kenilworth Road, weren't there? Where presumably it was against Millwall, but I can't actually remember. But there was, I know there was a game where you got supporters like literally dismantling the seats and hurling them. Yeah, I've been to St Mary's, say never been to Highfield Road. Yes, well, that was kind of one of the reasons people thought why they were successful. QPR had one and Preston had one, and although there are examples of them now, I think the technology's improved hugely, hasn't it? But teams always absolutely hated playing on them plastic pitches. Yeah, well, that'll be interesting, won't it? That is one thing about being relegated, that you can potentially go to grounds that, you know, you never would have thought of going to before. They got an underground service, and Wembley lit up in all its glory. Now we are green, aren't we? I was a bit worried then. I saw two reds. Ah, right, interesting. Yeah, never knew that. Right, yeah, and I say keeping up appearances. Yeah. I keep joking that my sister's got designs on emulating that place, because she's got an old caravan which is getting grimmer and grimmer every time I visit their house. Absolutely, yes, yes indeed. Although it'd probably be finished now, wouldn't it? 22:49. Well, there we go. We're going through the carriage wash. Yeah, I think there is the odd one or two, and I've actually spied on it. I mean, I think it's one of those things people would say, "Oh, surely that's not right, that's not realistic," but I'm sure I've seen it on a real video somewhere. I think it is absolutely true to life. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I've got one or two customers in that sort of area, and always found them to be lovely people, in all honesty. Absolutely. Nobody's got a chance, have they, whilst you're there. What is it? Rodney says, you know, on our way to Margate, lock up your daughters. And of course, he then turns round, and of course, his wife's, his father-in-law was there, wasn't he? Alan Parry, Cassandra's father. Probably gone slightly over there, haven't we? But oh, there you are. You see, definitely felt as though wheel slipping a little bit. Absolutely. I'm sure you can manage them. Love that flowing silk colours. There we are. Objective complete. So again, if you're not doing it just now, Amaze Tays, if you do do the run in the week, 2099 was the score. Well, again, another brilliant stream. Again, thoroughly enjoyed it, and loved your company as ever. And we've covered a fair few topics of conversation, haven't we, over the course of the night? So really enjoyed it. It's flowed from start to finish. Thank you very much for everybody's company. And yeah, absolutely. And you know, no pressure. If you don't get the chance to do them, then that's that's understood. You know, there's plenty of other occasions, and as well, I mean, Southeastern, I don't think he's watching it, but if he puts his score up, I'll be interested to compare it with mine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looked lovely in the snow, didn't it? Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Amaze Days. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks to King K Games and everybody else that's watched tonight. Much appreciated. Just one last time to say, if you haven't already subscribed and you want to like and subscribe, then if you consider doing that, be tremendously grateful. I'll try and enjoy your time in London, Christopher, and enjoy your visit to Amersham. We'll see you Tuesday night. So it's hopefully, providing I get it installed in time, because I think it'll be released at 6 o'clock. Then hopefully I'll be able to go live at 7. But as soon as it's installed anyway, and we'll have that first look from Powerflower Trains and Planes on the Manchester Airport Commuter route. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. And until next time, I'm Powerflower Trains and Planes, and it's good night.